Hello, Stan. Right, who have we tonight? Hold on, guys, just need to quickly do something. Right, I'm back. Who have we got? Stan, YouTube Poop, Eric Cartman and Train Guy at the moment. Very nice. Oh. Right. Nice to see you guys. So... let's move some of these out the way first. Oh no, now my mum's calling. Oh no, it's Grandad. Hold on. Right. That was my granddad calling. I just texted him. Say I can't talk right now. Can't talk. No, I haven't forgotten you, train spotter. It's nice to see you. Hello, Stephen. Oh, and hello, Lewis. Oh, shit. Well, that really depends on if you're wanted back, Stan. Which you currently aren't. You're not late. You're not late at all, Stephen. I only just started. Okay, I think this is a good place. Alright. Now, let's get this HST underway. I'll just go then. Where? No, come on, Stan. Come on, Stan. You can still enjoy this stream. Oh, what now? Got caught on my bed. If I'm not wanted, well, I hope you I have no idea. Well, I don't know, Lewis. Maybe. Weird. It won't matter. Oh, since it won't matter. Did wish this HST could go faster. It's supposed to be a high-speed train. Hey, MLP fan. You already know my opinions on all those shows, Lewis. Who's asking? Hello, Tinwad. Hold on, guys. Hang on, everyone. Jacob's just setting my server. Hang on, I'll read the chat again in a second. I will read the chat again in just a second. Well, there's a difference between toys and models, Lewis, and Hornby trains like these ones are not toys. I don't know yet, Lewis. Quite literally toys? Yeah, I see what you mean, but even so. These are... Double O gauge trains in general are a lot less toy-like than other train sets. And they're a lot more delicate and a lot less child-friendly than the likes of Thomas Wooden Railway and Trackmaster and other things. And I found this out the hard way. Hello, Joe. I'm afraid I can't do that, Lewis. Toy or not, Stan, double O gauge trains in general are overall a lot less child friendly than the likes of Wooden Railway, Trackmaster, Take Along, and even Ertl. Midland Pullman went through Basingstoke yesterday. Awesome. I still can't believe I got to see the Midland Pullman by a sheer stroke of luck when I went to Blackpool. Last September. Bring back one day. Yeah, they are technically still on my channel. I guess I agree with that, Stan. Yes, I did, Joe. Me and my dad went on them. I showed me going on them in the vlog. I've just been at Mr. George's live stream and I'm hoping that he and his other fans will come here. On the Thumper units, oh, the Thumpers are incredible. In fact, the Thumpers are my favourite diesel multiple units. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The Class 205s and 207s are my favourite DMUs. No doubt about it. Alright then, Lewis, no problem. So the Thumper Spa Valley race? So did I won it. Hold on. Hold on. They made awesome noise. Yes, they do make awesome noises. Cantonese Sussex Railway. Model of a thumper? Why have I not got a thumper on my layout yet? I really need to. I need to get one with sound as well. Here, beam. Yeah, it's mainly thumper on the Cantonese Sussex Railway. Nice. I don't mean either time riot. We'll see. We talked about it in the last running session stream, Joe. The Northern Ireland Class 450, which are basically a hybrid of the Class 150 Sprinters and the Thumpers. Well, I don't mean either time, lad. I mean, as in the DMU. TT120? Nah, if I'm gonna start modelling an entirely different gauge, if I'm gonna start modelling a different scale, it's gonna be O gauge. Well, O gauge is ideal for people who want large and detailed models but on a budget. O gauge is ideal for those who have a bit more money to burn. Yeah, I know O gauge is a lot more expensive, but I do want to build my own O gauge layout at some point in my life. In fact, I'll have my double O gauge layout be my less professional, run whatever trains I like. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll have my double O gauge layout be my just play around with my less professional. I'll have my 00 gauge layout be my less professional, play around with whatever trains I like layout. And then I'll have the O gauge layout be the proper professional layout with an actual theme to it and set in a specific time period, running specific engines. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Well, 00 gauge is certainly more of a budget layout than O gauge. I would, and as much as I really want to do a gauge 1 layout at some point, gauge 1 is just much too expensive. Even for me. So I'd settle, so yeah, I really want to do an O gauge layout at some point. Which, as I said, as I've said before, is about twice the size of 00 gauge. Yeah, what, MLP fan? Oh, I see you've updated your profile picture slightly, MLP fan. Don't know where to put it at. What I might do is mostly have my O gauge layout indoors, but then, once I start living on my own, if I've got a garden, I might build a short section of my O gauge layout in the garden. But that won't be possible if I'm gonna want to take my O gauge layout to exhibitions, which I probably am going to want to do. For the majority of people, yes, I'm aware of that, Stan. Shrek retold? Not yet. Why have you got a new channel, MLP fan? Yes, I do have a GameCube, Joe. I do need to start practicing for my Star Fox Adventures and Star Fox Assault gameplay series now. Small shunting layout. Comes down to space? Yeah, that's fair, Stan. I'd probably have my O gauge layout be like a 1950s or early 60s BR era layout, but only because a lot of the O gauge products a lot of Dapol's O gauge products seem to be BR era steam and diesel engines. And yeah, it's mostly BR era steam and diesel engines. And also because I really want to run both steam and diesel on the layout. N-Gauge looks really good. Yeah, but it's a bit too small for me. Alright. Cridlington. I know, Stan, but it seems to be one of the more common ones. They've got some O-gauge stuff. The only reason I know Dapol sell O-gauge stuff is they've got some Dapol O-gauge stuff on sale in the Spa Valley Railways gift shop. Nice. But yeah, it'll probably be a BR era layout. Hold on. Who build their own engines? Oh, in that case, I might build my own O-gauge engine. Well, thank you, Stan. Right. I still think this is one of my favourite pieces of this layout, this scrapped B12 boiler, which Stan weathered up for me. This is the body of my old this is my old B12 body, which Stan weathered up for me to look like a scrap boiler. This is still one of my favourite set pieces. Oh, my leg. What are you doing, Tom? That's okay, Cinder. Welcome. Oh, Trevor. Funny if you put it back on the chassis. I don't feel like doing that. I just want to keep my current chassis I got. The chassis, motor, and tender are all from my original B12, the very first Hornby model I ever got as part of a train set. But the body of the engine is a new one that I bought on eBay last year, and Stan fit on for me. And he helped fit on a new hook for the to couple the tender to, and he helped fit a new tender coupling to the engine as well. And now my B12 is running better than it ever did before. Thanks to Stan. Here he is, the great arsonist, die you forking. But I'm not gonna say it because I don't slur on this channel. I feel bad about it. Know a lot more about repair now? Well, unfortunately, one engine that needs repairs now is my N2. It only seems to work when going round corners now, my N2. I think the problem with it, Stan, is that one of the electrical contacts on one side of my N2 might be bent. Hey, Martin. Die, Norman. Oh, dumb. I'll probably switch trains in a moment. I just want to give the HST a few more laps. Run an oil train? Oh yes, Dan, you did say you wanted me to do that. What locomotive would you like? Would you like the Dean Goods to pull the oil train? Alright then, we'll run an oil train once I've given the HST a few more laps. I would have my Class 56 pulling the oil train, but it doesn't have any couplings at the moment. Oh, cool, Stan. Alright then, we'll have the Dean Goods pulling the oil train. In fact, I'll get it ready. I will assemble it in the siding right now. I will assemble it in the goods yard right now. Right. GDS Petroleum. The total tanker. Sodor fuel. Because why not? Then we'll have this. Oh, bugger. We'll have this Shell tanker as well. And this one. And we'll put... Oh, I was going to have the towed brake van, but... doesn't matter, we'll have the LMS brake van. Oh, and... Oh, yeah, and this one as well. There we go. And there we are. Dean is ready to go with its oil train as soon as the HST's had a few more laps. Pardon me. Just double checking I've got all my oil wagons. Very good. What exactly is that a select stand? So there's going to be a soup. Right. So we'll give the HST a few more laps, and then we'll run... Oh, a DCC controller. Oh, yeah. What was wrong with it, Stan? Why'd you have to send it back? Right, before we send the oil train out, I'm just going to tidy up the yard a bit. Put the scrap boiler there. Oh my god. And I take it that if it overloads, it just cuts all power, much like the Hornby controller does. HST's going well now. So yeah, I currently have 6 tanker wagons. Be great if I could if I had a few more though. I did used to have a 7th one. It was a red Texaco. It was a red Texaco wagon which came in the 3-pack with the Shell and Total wagons. But for some reason, my idiot self completely wrecked that, and I no longer have the Texaco wagon. This is only semi-related, but when I was younger, I would often get Texaco and Tesco mixed up. Yeah, they're... And I used to think they were the same company. Can you blame my younger self for thinking that? Obviously, the controller had a fault. What? It was overloading even though it wasn't connecting to any track. Connected to any track. That is bad. Yeah, that is bad. Right. I'm just tidying up the yard a bit, guys. Tidying. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. I'll be with you all again in just a moment. Oops. Going tender first? Oh. Well, I can't do that, Stan, because it doesn't... Dean Goods doesn't currently have a front hook, and nor does the first wagon. And besides, I prefer to see locomotives going forward anyway. Maybe I'll do a tender first run in a moment, after I've had it going forwards for a bit. There we are. Oops. Right. There we are. Yeah, the yard's looking a lot tidier now. And it would stay that way if my housekeeper was a bit more careful when stepping over my layout. Yeah, this is a lot better. Yeah, the yard looks a lot better now. Sooty and calm. Jesus. Right, we'll keep the HST going for a bit longer. Then we'll put the oil train on. Stan still there? You ready to see the oil train going, Stan? Oh, I've just seen the single Mark II coach I have over there. And I've just remembered. Awesome. Nice. To make it realistic, yes. Siding on the layout. I've already got multiple sidings, Stephen. Between the loco and the first tanker? Oh, alright then. That was done for safety reasons, right, Stan? Having an empty plank wagon between the loco and the first tanker. That was done for safety reasons, right? So if the tankers exploded, it wouldn't blow up the engine as well, or at least shield it. That was done for... Yeah, I thought so. Will this one do? Or would you rather it be a box van? Or a higher sided wagon? It was so sparks wouldn't reach the tanks? Okay, cool. Sparks wouldn't reach the tanks. Yeah, that makes sense. And so, yeah, that makes sense. Any stray sparks would land on the first, coming from the funnel, would land on the first plank wagon and stop any fire, and prevent any explosion risks. And I take it that was, that safety feature was stopped once diesels became widespread. Is that right, Stan? They stopped putting plank wagons once diesels became widespread. Yeah. Anyone who didn't know about railways would just think that people putting a single wagon on the railway operators putting a single wagon on the oil train would just be a waste of a wagon. But now you've told me the reason it was done, it makes sense now. Yeah, I think I've seen old railway photos of steam-hauled oil trains with a single plank wagon between the locomotive and the first tanker. I think I've seen a few old photos of that. Use barrier wagons as far as I know. Yeah, but they don't use barrier wagons anymore though. At least I haven't seen barrier wagons on modern oil trains be used. The HST's left some of its coaches behind. Wait. Well, train guy. I heard a saying once that says, for every safety feature, there was an accident. So there probably was an accident with an oil train blowing up before they decided to put on plank wagons. Welcome back, Joe. Stan has just requested that I run an oil train in a second, and he wanted me to put a plank wagon in between the locomotive and the first wagon, and the first tanker, to make it realistic, to act as a barrier wagon between the locomotive and the oil tankers. So yeah, most likely was because of an accident in the past, train guy. As I said, for every safety feature there was an accident. And there is truth to that. I believe in 1889, the same year the Regulation of the Railways Act was passed, there was a nasty accident in Northern Ireland where coaches broke free and ran down the hill. Air brakes hadn't become widespread at the time. And then after the accident, after that accident in Northern Ireland, the Regulation of the Railways Act made it legally mandatory for all railways to have their passenger trains fitted with air brakes. So if the brake pipe were to snap, the brakes would automatically come on. Oh, it's done it again. Well, if it's just going to keep doing that, then I might as well just send out the oil train now. The HST's had a good long time to run, so now it's time to send out the oil train, which is what Stan wanted. Safety plank wagon and all. Oh, Stan! Should I put another plank wagon between the last tanker and the brake van, to act as a safety feature for the guard? Is that something that was done, Stan? Plank wagon between the last tanker and the brake van to act as a safety feature for the guard? Hello, Neon. It's phased out in some regions, that makes sense. We're about to start running an oil train, Neon, which is something that Stan requested. Right. Now I'll put the HST in the yard. Back to the... What? Back to the... It's with you. Back to the shit. You are nuts. What? Back to the shit. Replaced by... HST's replaced by steam? That's something I would like to see. What's the point? I mean, unless the guard had a filer in there. In that case, Stan won't do that. Good enough running then? I might put the HST back on towards the end of the stream, but for now we'll run the oil train Stan wanted me to. Yeah, and because my Dean Goods doesn't have the best haulage capacity, I think 7 wagons plus a brake van is a good load for it. Considering it doesn't have the best haulage capacity. Yeah, we were just talking about how Stan wanted me to put a single plank wagon between the locomotive and the first tanker as well, Neon, to make it realistic, because that's what was done in the past with steam locomotives when they ran oil trains. It acted as a barrier to catch stray sparks from the locomotive from landing onto the first tanker wagon and potentially preventing explosions. Oh, bugger. Why push it? Because it would cause the oil train to move as well and potentially crash into the HST. Shit. There we are. Roll out the way. Now we can get the oil train moving. That's a bit too fast, actually. Not a realistic speed at all. So I'll make it run at a realistic speed to appease Stan. And I've just short-circuited the layout. There we are. DC is better for that reason. Dean Goods is back. Oh, I forgot to change the point. Still there, Neon? Now the Dean has decided to keep derailing. Put it at 2/3 speed. Even that's a bit too fast for the scale. Put it at half speed. Why does it keep derailing? Yeah, half speed is good. Why are you constantly derailing, Dean? You didn't used to on my layout. Stop derailing! Nice concert. No Toad brake van? Well, I would have put the Toad on, Joe, but... the last wagon doesn't have a hook on it, and neither does the Toad. Why won't you stop derailing? These wagons are just too light for these curves. You still there, Stan? Right. Okay, now it looks like it's decided to stay on. Or maybe not. Fuck's sake. Wait! That's a good speed. So what do you think? So there you have it, Stan. What do you think of the train you requested me to run? I'm glad you like this Consist Neon. It was a good suggestion for Stan to put a wagon between the loco and the first tanker for extra realism. An oil train. How's this, Stan? Turn the dial down a bit. Part of the reason I'm running it a bit fast is because it doesn't have very good haulage capacity. I need to make sure it doesn't stall. That's the reason I have it not going at a realistic speed, to ensure it doesn't stall. Is that any better though, Stan? Put it down to about 40% speed, and it's derailed again. Yeah, put it down to 40% speed. I need to have it going faster than the realistic scale speed to ensure it doesn't stall. What with this Dean's unideal haulage capacity and motor power. Stop derailing! Still there, Neon? Mr. Toad, motor car. Tyree James. Never seen you before, Tyree. Welcome. Welcome to the stream and welcome to my channel. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Is Neon still there? Oh, you're still there. Nice. No, it's the plank wagon that keeps derailing. The one Stan wanted me to add for extra realism. This was a good suggestion, Stan. This was a really good suggestion, honestly, Stan. Thanks for suggesting I run an oil train. Purely oil train. Good number of wagons for the Dean. Not as many for it. Then there aren't as many wagons to potentially derail, even though we've already had a few derailments. And it's a good sized train for the Dean. considering its fairly low haulage capacity. What do we think, guys? Shall we invite Stan back despite everything he's done in the server in the past? Either way, Stan, good suggestion. Oh, not again! Not. Bloody. The plank wagon's too light, Stan. Gotta swap it out for a heavier one. Would a box van work as a barrier wagon, Stan? This one's a bit heavier than that open plank, so... Would a box van work as a barrier wagon? Alright then. This will hopefully be less likely to derail, as slightly heavier than the open plank wagon. That one was a bit too light. That low-sided plank wagon, I think, is one of the most prone wagons to derailing on my layout, because of how light it is compared to all the other wagons. But now it's slightly too heavy for the Dean to pull at a realistic speed. Still there, Neon? Any empty stock? Alright. Yeah, now it's slightly too heavy for the Dean to pull at a realistic speed. Why didn't Oxford Rail give this Dean Goods a more powerful motor? Motor car. Motor car. Now the box van has derailed the very wagon I intended to prevent derailments with. There we go, it's running a bit better now. Motor car. Ew. Starting to run my train set. Oh, nice. What are you running at the moment, Joe? Oh, now my iPad camera lens has gone a bit blurry. Hang on. That's a joke. Yeah, that's better. For goodness sake, stop derailing. I'll probably just put my Britannia on. It'll be... Britannia, I think, will be less likely to derail than the Dean. And it would still work, the Britannia, as it's a mixed traffic engine designed to pull both passenger trains and freight trains. Yeah, the Britannia would be a bit less prone to derailing, I think. Come on. Well, I definitely need to put on more power, though. There we go. This is a good speed for a fast oil train. Especially one being pulled by a Britannia. Hope you don't mind the loco change, Stan. I hope you don't mind the loco change, Stan. Thanks, Stan. Oh, bloody barrier wagon. Take the Volkswagen off? No, Stan wanted it there, Stephen. Stan wanted it there, Stephen, for the sake of realism. To act as like a barrier wagon to prevent explosions, stray sparks from reaching the tanker from the first, between the engine and the first, between the engine and the first tanker. Oh, now I've derailed it. Welcome back, Lewis. .60 in the safe distance. What do you mean by that, MLP fan? Packet sales zone with 3 LBSC 4-wheel coaches. Awesome. Does that sound like a consist you'd like to see, Stan? What Joe's running at the moment? His Packet saddle tank with 3 LBSCR coaches? Are they Stroudley coaches out of interest, Joe? Well, awesome, Lewis. Thank you. Favourite CVB show? I don't really have a favourite. Stan, if you're still there, would you say this is a realistic speed for a Britannia to be pulling a freight train? Actually, it might not be so prone to derailing if I swap out the barrier wagon for this long BR freight wagon. Though this wouldn't have been used in the steam age, I don't think, but this longer wagon might be more stable. Stay on the tracks with. This longer wagon. Oh! Oh, clearly not, because now it's making the first tanker derail. Hold on. Yeah, we'll just have it pulling the grey one now. Slow it down slightly. Still there, Stan? Yeah, anniversary of the book series. Yeah, I should have thought to get some, but I wanted to save my money for other stuff. I've never really watched Lewis. Shit. Might have the Britannia pull some Eleni Artiques in a second, once I've given the oil train a few more laps. Okay, it seems to be a bit more stable with the grey box fan on. Longer we go, nice. So she'll be 13 in August, cool. Hang on. Oh, Scheiße. Class 379s? Yeah, I'm aware, Stephen. I talked about that towards the end of my Potter's Bar train crash documentary. That's fine, Lewis. Super Potato Man? Nice. That reminds me though, Stephen, I haven't started writing the script for the other train crash documentary I want to do this year that I want to release at the end of July. The one about Polmont. I really need to make a start on that. In fact, Stephen, as you've reminded me of that, I'll make a start on writing the script for the Polmont crash documentary tomorrow. I hope I can finish the video in time for the anniversary. Ribbit. 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 Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, said Margaret Frog. Jeez. Anything going on? Hold on, guys. I'm just trying to extend the one of the sidings at the moment. Can't add buffers to it though, because it'll obstruct the door to my cupboard. Hang on, I'll read the chat again in a second. Just wanted to make this slightly longer. It's 3 and 5. Oh dear. Hang on, guys. Just wanted a bit more space to store coaches in. Yeah, I just wanted a bit more space to store coaches in. Can't put buffers at the end of this siding though, because it'll obstruct the door. How many sidings do you have? I have 4 sidings and another 2. 4 sidings for rolling stock and another 2 that lead to the engine shed. No, it's not a 9F, it's Britannia. Now the tender's derailed. Ow. Wait, no it hasn't, it was the engine. Yes, I did know that. Been watching vids of 8F class engines. Yes, I did know that, Joe. Train of Thought did a video about the 8Fs that were lost at sea on their way to Turkey during the war. Turkey. Oh. Yeah, the ship they were being carried on was bombed, and that caused the 8Fs to sink into the Red Sea. Was it the Red Sea they sank? Yes, it was. 9F with LNER coaches. I'm sure that would be awesome to see. What my favourite steam locomotive pulling one of my favourite kinds of coaches. That would be an amazing sight. Dun 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 dun. But yes, I am aware of that. Joe. Hold on. I'll see to that noise in a moment. Hello, Jacob. Burning oil in other countries. I also knew that. Want to preserve 8F one day? Yeah. That would be a good way to help. Converting an 8F to oil burning during its next overhaul would be a good way to save money on importing coal, and would save up having to use coal for the other engines. Starting work on my latest video? Nice. At the moment, Jacob, we're running a train that Stan requested. He wanted... JSO would hate that! Yes, they would! Yes, they would hate to see the 8F converted to oil, but it's not much worse than coal, honestly. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I'm pretty sure coal produces more carbon than oil. I thought you were referring to the train that's running at the moment, Jacob, which happens to be an oil train. Yeah, Stan wanted me to have an oil train running. Yeah, Stan wanted me to have an oil train running, so that's what we're doing. And to make it realistic, he also wanted me to put a barrier wagon between the engine and the first tanker, which is what that box van is for. He wanted me to put a barrier wagon in between the engine and the first tanker, the barrier wagons were used on oil trains to catch stray sparks from the locomotive to ensure they didn't land on the fuel tankers and cause an explosion, which I think is a very sensible safety feature, though to anyone who doesn't have much railway operations knowledge, it would just seem a bit random, and I can see why. Oil hiring for the next overhaul? Yeah, that would be great. Though I don't want all steam locomotives to be converted to oil burning. I don't want all steam engines converted to oil burning. I would like some of them to continue. Shit. I would like most of them to continue burning coal. At least the ones that were originally intended to burn coal. So yeah, what do you think of the train that's running at the moment, Jacob? The oil train. Excuse me. No amount of crocodile tears will stop this train. No, indeed. Converted to burn oil? Exactly. Though I can see why Heritage Railways having at least one oil-burning steam locomotive would benefit them. Oil is much more widely available than coal at the moment, and it would save Heritage Railways having to spend as much money on coal, so it would overall lower their running costs. And Heritage Railways, being organisations that don't tend to make profit and invest all the money they make back into running their railway, needing to save as much money as possible is a necessity for non-profit organisations like Heritage Railways. It is a clever idea. Continental locomotives? Maybe, but I don't think Stan would really appreciate that. Yeah, it's a standard class 7. I was running the Dean Goods with this oil train. I was running my Dean Goods with this oil train earlier, Jacob, but it just kept derailing due to its short wheelbase, so I decided to put my Britannia on instead, as it's a bit more stable. I swear to one person who says in the comments. I'm good. Oh, you're back, Neon. Nice. Went for a shower? That's alright. Welcome back. Talking a bit about... Joe just mentioned how some of the 8F locomotives, especially the ones that were sent overseas during the war, were capable of being converted to oil burning, and I've just been explaining how, as much as I want as many steam locomotives as possible to retain burning coal, or at least that the fuel source they were originally built to burn, as much as I prefer steam locomotives to continue to burn the fuel source they were originally intended to burn, despite coal not being mined as much nowadays and becoming a lot more expensive, I can see how Heritage Railways having at least one oil-burning steam locomotive would benefit them. However, I do not want all Heritage Railways in this country going down the same path the Durango and Silverton Railroad went down. The Durango and Silverton Railroad in Colorado converted all of their steam locomotives to oil burning. And for the sake of authenticity, I firmly believe that steam engines should continue to burn coal or whatever fuel source they were originally built to burn. But I wouldn't mind every Heritage Railway having at least one oil-burning steam locomotive. 90% of steam locos burn oil in America? Oh, didn't know that, but I guess that makes sense considering how much the Americans love oil. Sonic Underground Ernie! Still there, Jacob? Yeah, it would reduce, having at least one oil-burning steam locomotive on every Heritage Railway would reduce the amount of coal, that would need to be imported, and because oil is overall cheaper than coal, it would overall bring down a Heritage Railway's annual running costs. You know, I didn't know 90% of... I knew there were a lot more oil-burning steam locomotives in America than in other countries, but I didn't know it was 90%. I guess that makes sense, though, considering how much the Americans love oil and how abundant oil is in states like Texas. Welcome back, Stan. Coco, cool emoji face. Oh, hi there. You're from George's streams, aren't you? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to my channel. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're going to go until 10:30 tonight, cool emoji face. Welcome back, Stan. We're just talking a bit about... Yeah. We're still running the oil train, Stan. Oh, hi, Rob. We're just talking about how each heritage railway around in the country having at least one oil-burning steam locomotive would benefit them operationally and in terms of their running costs. Like, I don't want all steam locomotives in the country all steam locomotives in the world being converted to oil burning, because that would just ruin their authenticity. However, having at least one oil-burning steam locomotive would bring down the amount of coal heritage railways would need to import each year, which would bring down their running costs. Well, I can see why, Stan. So do I, cool emoji face. Means more content indeed. But, Stan, Joe did point out that engines like the LMS 8F, some engines like the LMS 8F were built to burn oil, so having an oil-burning 8F I don't think would be a problem at all, since some of them were built to burn oil anyway during the war. But yeah, I certainly do not want any heritage railways in this country going down the same path as the Durango and Silverton Railroad, who converted all of their engines to burn oil, their steam engines to burn oil. Durango. I think, yeah, I knew that, Stephen. I'll get there eventually, cool emoji face. Is Neon still there? Well, I do understand what you mean, Stan. Taking away the Britishness. I'm still annoyed about the last coal mine in Wales being shut down. Just put on a bit more power to stop the train from stalling. I was just away checking my wires. That's fine. But yeah, I am annoyed about all the coal mines in Wales shutting down. Because because of that, the running costs of all heritage railways in this country have gone up. Now, all heritage railways are having to get their coal imported from abroad, from countries like Poland. Why did you retract that message, Stephen? They should have at the very least kept one or two coal mines in Wales open for the sake of providing for heritage railways and other heritage organisations. Importing coal is actually more expensive and environmentally unfriendly than mining your own coal. So I think it was a dumb move for this country for all the coal mines in Wales to be shut down. It's fine, Stephen. Because maybe everyone else in the chat didn't know that. I kind of want to go to the Ruislip Lido Railway one day. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going out on a trip on the Metropolitan line or the Piccadilly line out to Ruislip to do the Ruislip Lido Railway. I've heard many good things about it. Thank you, Cool Emoji Face. It's nice to see you either way. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, Cool Emoji Face. But yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing engines like the 8Fs being converted to burn oil, as it would help with the running costs of some heritage railways. I wouldn't even mind seeing the Churnet Valley Railways. I wouldn't even mind seeing both of the Churnet Valley Railways S160s converted to oil burning, because some S160s were burned oil as well. Thanks, Cool Emoji Face. Yeah, I think a lot of locomotives that were built during the war to be shipped overseas were customized to burn either coal or oil. So having wartime locomotives be converted to burn oil, I wouldn't mind seeing at all. Get another tank engine next? Yeah, we'll see. I am desperate to get a thumper at some point though, Stan. As I said earlier in the stream. As well as a slam door EMU. That's a shame, Cool Emoji Face. I've been to Alton Towers in the pouring rain before though. That was in early October of 2022, and despite the weather, I was still able to get on a good number of rides. The only one I wasn't able to get on was 13, because 13 doesn't really like the rain. Steam and old diesels are way better. Well, yeah, but I am a fan of multiple units as well, though, as I said, I do prefer loco haul trains. Indeed. Engine running on sunflower oil. Viewlight, what does that mean, Jacob? Got on every main coaster? Nice. Yes, they did, Cool Emoji Face. They shut it down for maintenance, though. They shut it down for maintenance, though it is now open again. Oh, bye, Joe. Thank you for coming. That's alright. Thanks for coming. It's being overhauled. I never went on the original Nemesis because I wasn't ready for still wasn't ready for B&M inverted coasters at the time. Last time I went to Alton Towers, though, Fairlight is a brand of butter. Oh. Engine running on sunflower oil. A butter-powered steam locomotive, Jacob. That's alright, Joe. Thanks for coming. The only major Alton Towers coaster I haven't been on yet is the Smiler. I was only just able to handle Colossus's 10 inversions, so I don't think I'm quite ready for the Smiler's 14 yet. But yeah, I have now done Nemesis. I can proudly say I have now done Nemesis. I know you do, Stan. Yeah, it is very good. Cool Emoji Face. I wasn't sure about the change of colour scheme to Nemesis at first, from brown and cream to black. But then when I realised the black track had a big thick red vein running all the way along it, I thought that just made it look so cool. Had it just been normal black, had the new Nemesis track just been black and nothing else, it would have just looked so boring. But that red vein that they add along the track really makes the new Nemesis pop. So I'm glad they added that. Any closer from a while now? I know. You're a massive fan of theme parks, are you, Cool Emoji Face? Well, you've come to the right channel then, because I'm a fan of theme parks as well. And yes, Blackpool Pleasure Beach is great, Cool Emoji Face. I had a blast last time I visited, last September. Though, having now ridden Infusion at Blackpool Pleasure Beach, I can safely say that Infusion is the worst roller coaster I've ever been on. It's true what the enthusiasts say about Vekoma suspended looping coasters. They really are awful. At least the ones with that have the old trains with the huge, bulky, over-the-shoulder restraints. Which is what Infusion still has. Anyway, Nickelodeon Land, they might get rid of it. They might not. We'll see. Anyway, back to the subject of oil-burning steam locomotives versus coal-burning. Don't care about brands or anything? That's fair. Do you mean brands at theme parks, Stan? Ah, shit, not again. What's the roller coaster going on it? Type of roller coaster you mean, like manufacturer? Oh. Well, if you like trains, Cool Emoji Face, then you've definitely come to the right channel. Thomas and friends? Yeah, you've definitely come to the right channel. Big little cross-leg. Who is? Who's cross? Your mum? ZN. Here for a while. Your uncle's birthday, so be on and off. Oh! In that case, Electro, happy birthday to your uncle. Keep saying that shit, Jake. You're not gonna upset me. I saw a clip somewhere where the motorbike's starting up using alcohol. Well, I guess that makes sense. Alcohol can be used as a fuel. I wonder if steam locomotives can be powered by alcohol. Well, nice to see you, Electro. Electro, we've just been having a conversation Electro, we've just been having a conversation about how some steam locomotives burn oil instead of coal. Steam locomotives don't have to burn coal, Electro, to heat their water. In case you weren't already aware. Some steam locomotives, it doesn't have to be coal, it just needs to be anything that can burn. So oil or natural gas can work to burn, to heat water to power steam locomotives as well. We've just been having a debate about the pros and cons of converting steam locomotives to burn oil instead of coal. You know that? Oh, nice. They can heat water through electric systems too? Yeah, that's right, Electro. Some steam locomotives in Switzerland were electrically heated. Most common type of engine? Well, nowadays it is. Alright, cool emoji face. Devoted the unicorn. But yes, some steam locomotives are even electrically heated, like the experimental ones that used to run in Switzerland. Yes, some steam locomotives were fitted with pantographs to charge the batteries that heated their electrical heaters. Hello, Mickey. Nice to see you. It's alright. Nice to see some of Mr. George's fans here. Sort of hybrid trains? Well, in a way, Electro, they were. But these electrically heated steam locomotives could only do things like shunting work, because they couldn't go far without their batteries needing to be recharged. And they never went very widespread, the electrically heated steam locomotives. Oh yeah, that's another thing that Jacob pointed out, Electro. This week, I can't remember if it was this week's, I'm pretty sure it was this week's video, Electro. Train of Thought, one of the train channels I'm subscribed to, very recently uploaded a video about a couple of, I believe they were French locomotives that were steam electric. They basically used their steam power to power turbines to generate electricity to drive them. And while they proved to be very reliable and performance-wise, and proved to outperform conventional steam locomotives, they weren't as efficient with their energy. As a result, only 3 steam electric locomotives were built, and all of them were scrapped. The difference between those locomotives and the Swiss ones I mentioned is that the electricity on the Swiss ones was only used to heat the water. The steam on the steam electric French ones was what generated the electricity itself. Turn generators creating electricity? Exactly. And it's what most power stations run on even today. Excuse me. But yeah, we've been talking about, before then, Electro, we were talking about steam locomotives being converted from coal burning to oil burning. It stands still there. Many steam locomotives that were built during World War II, Electro, were really customizable. Railways could opt to have them burn coal or oil. Examples included the LMS 8F locomotives, and the American S160 locomotives. Some of them burned coal, others burned oil. Electromagnetic field generating electricity through electromagnetic induction. Yep, I knew that, Electro. That's alright, cool emoji face. But the reason why converting coal-burning steam locomotives to oil-burning is controversial in railway enthusiast communities is because some enthusiasts say that if coal-burning engines were converted to oil-burning, they'd lose their authenticity, and I agree with that. But no, Stan, I like S160s. But I wouldn't mind seeing engines that were some engines that were intended for oil burning to be converted to oil burning as well. So I wouldn't mind seeing some coal burning. I wouldn't mind seeing some. That's our Stan. I wouldn't mind seeing some coal burning steam locomotives that were designed for oil burning as well, converted to oil burning Electro. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing some engines like the 8Fs and S160s converted to oil burning. Lose authenticity but rather change from steam engine to internal combustion engine, use refined oil to move. That's actually a concept that Victor Tanzig, in his Stories of Sodor series, introduced in season 5. Yeah, in season 5 of Stories of Sodor Electro, Victor Tanzig introduced the concept of steam locomotives being converted to diesel locomotives, like their steam parts, like having diesel parts being put into their fireboxes and boilers to convert into diesel. Not all of the engines have undergone that, but some of them in Victor Tanzig's universe have. I think they do, Stan. I think they do, Stan, especially as they fit into the British loading gauge. Yeah, that's it, Jacob. Barry was the first one to undergo steam diesel conversion, as it's known. Though nothing like that has ever happened in real life, Electro. But I thought it was a neat idea that Victor Tanzig introduced, something that was able to extend steam locomotives' lifespans. But yeah, it's definitely a lot more practical and a lot more realistic to convert coal-burning steam locomotives to burn oil while still running on steam. But Electro, come to think of it, Electro, I do think that all heritage railways could benefit from having at least one oil-burning steam locomotive, because with the price of coal being higher than it's ever been before, having at least one oil-burning steam locomotive in a heritage railways fleet would reduce the amount of coal they'd need to import each year and reduce their overall annual running costs, as oil is a lot cheaper than coal. trains less harmful to the environment? So if a steam locomotive were to be converted to a diesel locomotive in real life, Electro, welcome back, Neon. If a steam locomotive were to be converted to a diesel locomotive in real life, Electro, just as they are in Stories of Sodor now, I reckon it would cause a lot of mechanical issues with the steam locomotive's parts, which is why it's never really been done in real life. Maybe it was experimentally, but not in real life. But yes, Electro, the point I'm making is, I think all heritage railways could benefit from having at least one oil-burning steam locomotive in their fleet, because it would reduce their overall running costs, their overall annual running costs from not needing to import as much coal from abroad, especially now that all the coal mines in Wales have shut down, much to my annoyance, and much to the stupidity of the government who made that decision. Yes, they are. Steam diesel hybrid by Kitston? I don't think so, Jacob. At least I don't think Train of Thought has made a video on that yet. If he had, I think I would have heard of it by now. Well, yeah, Electro. The conversion to oil burning would most likely be done during the steam locomotive's next major overhaul. Every 10 years, Electro, by law, every 10 years, Electro, all steam locomotives have to undergo an overhaul, which usually takes around a few years, where it has to be dismantled, all the parts inspected, and then the steam locomotive needs to be put back together again. Oh, he did make it. Oh! I must not have remembered it then, Jacob. Yeah, by law, all steam locomotives have to undergo an overhaul every 10 years, Electro, in order to obtain a brand new boiler certificate. Because it's illegal for steam locomotives to operate without boiler certificates. Which makes sense, I guess. We don't want things like corrosion causing boiler explosions. Has wear and tear, including drills, lathes and welders building the trains? Exactly. So it does make sense why all steam locomotives by law have to undergo overhauls. At least in this country, by law, all steam locomotives have to undergo overhauls every 10 years. And these overhauls tend to take about a few years at a time. But they return to service after their overhaul is complete. They return to service running better than ever. Sparkle Heroes? But yes. But yeah, are you still there, Neon? They just get replaced instead of being overhauled? Oh yeah, that's what happens to Smokey and Frankie, don't they, Stan? Build-up of pneumatic pressure causes boiler explosions? Well, yes. Well, yes, Electro, it can cause... Too much steam pressure does cause boiler explosions, or at least it has in the past, but all steam locomotives are fitted with safety valves, so when they go above their working pressure, the excess steam is let off to ensure a boiler explosion doesn't happen. More often than not, boiler explosions are caused by the steam locomotive running too low on water and the crown sheet melting. But on locomotives like the ones on the Romney Hythe and Dymchurch Railway, if the crown sheet were to fail, the water would fall from the boiler on top of the fire and put it out to prevent a boiler explosion. My engineering teacher showed me the college compressor and called it a bomb. Oh, damn. Yeah, steam locomotives can become steam bombs if they're not maintained properly. But yes, Electro, corrosion, internal corrosion with the boiler itself can also cause boiler explosions, because it means that corroded boilers means they can't take the pressure that the working pressure the steam locomotives are designed to take. Alright, see you later, Electro. Drivers got fined if their safety valve went off in stations? I never knew that, Stan. I never knew that. For realism's sake. Need $1 million to make what? Frankie isn't a character anymore. Going to have food soon. Alright, well I hope you'll be back in a second, Electro. Well, not in a second, but like later on. Railfan shooter told me a story when SI said letting off steam in the station. Everyone was running for cover during all to it being let off at once. Oh god. What, Jacob, are you aware that I found this out in Chris Eden Green's Steam Locos in Profile episode about the S160s. Did you know, Jacob, that S160s had the steam locomotive equivalent of a suicide pill, which you know, pills that prisoners of war would take to avoid being captured by the enemy? Well, there was a steam locomotive equivalent of that on the S160s, Jacob. There was a drain cock that could be opened to let out all the water and steam, but couldn't be closed again, which forced the boiler to run dry. So if the steam locomotives were to fall into enemy hands, like if they were to fall into the hands of Nazi Germany or Fascist Italy or Imperial Japan, if they were to fall into the hands of any one of those, there's no way, thanks to that drain cock, there'd be no way that the enemy could have used them. This is a very handy feature. It was a very, very smart feature. Yes. So thanks to that suicide drain cock, there was no way the enemy could use an S160 should it fall into their hands. Why would Imperial Japan come across them? Well, S160s were built for all sorts of different rail gauges though, not just standard gauge. Some were certainly built for broader gauges than standard gauge, and I'm pretty sure there were some S160s built for 3-foot 6-inch gauge, which is what Japan used. So I believe they were designed to... So there is a chance that Imperial Japan might have tried to get their hands on a 3-foot 6-inch gauge S160, but never succeeded. Learn something new every day? Yes. Becomes a rolling grenade? Exactly. But there was also a very critical design flaw with the S160s. I can't quite remember how this would have happened, but there was some sort of design fault on the S-160s which would have caused their crown sheet to cave in on itself without warning, which would have resulted in a boiler explosion. Which was the cause of 3 S-160s blowing up in the space of 10 months due to that crown sheet failure. And with a design fault like that, Chris Eden Green argued that with a design fault like that, the suicide drain cock wasn't really necessary. Though I guess it kind of was, because the crown sheet failure was never done intentionally. In established liberated areas? Yeah, I know that, Stan, but there was still even so, Stan, there was still every chance that an S-160 could have fallen into the hands of Nazi Germany or fascist Italy. So, the suicide drain cock was a neat design feature. After the war, not during it. The S-160s were built from 1942 onwards, weren't they, Stan? They were built for the war effort, weren't they? And over 2,000 S-160s were built. So yes, they were built for the war, Stan. Italy collapsed in 1943. Yeah, but didn't the S-160s begin construction in 1942? At the very least, the suicide drain cock was installed to prevent them from falling into the hands of Nazi Germany. Yeah, it says here on Wikipedia, they were built from 1942 to 1945. And 2,120 of them were produced. That's incredible. Were properly maintained Europe and France? I see. They weren't on mainland Europe at the time? I see. Well, S-160 certainly would have been all over mainland Europe following D-Day, at least outside of enemy territory. "33 S-160s are still around. And there are very likely many more S-160s still around in derelict condition. Only the Germans would have had a chance at capturing them. Even so, Stan, the point is, the suicide drain cock was installed to ensure the Germans couldn't make use of them. Yeah, it says on Wikipedia that some S-160s were designed for broad gauge operation. So it wouldn't surprise me if some S-160s were also built for 3'6" narrow gauge as well. RP fan. Mainly used for the post-war period? Oh, I see. But they were mainly built for the war, Stan. They wouldn't have existed had the war not happened. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if some S-160s were built to 3-foot 6-inch gauge. Considering how many of them were built. Rebuilding Europe. They were built to support the war effort? Yeah, exactly. Ah, God. Hang on. Oh, God, derailed. In a minute, I'll probably swap it out with. I'll probably have the Britannia pull some coaches in a moment because we've been running this oil train for a good long time now. Server time. What? You think that phone ringing was supposed to signal that? Still there, Jacob? Oh no, Steven's still there. All of France's S-160s had passed to other countries by 1947, according to the Wikipedia article. Yeah, I'll probably swap to the LNERT coaches in a moment. Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing some War Department 280 austerities converted to oil burning as well. Yes, I still ask if you're still here, Stephen. Just making sure. What? Says here that of all the War Department 280 austerities, only one is preserved. 935 austerities of these War Department austerities were built. How is only one preserved? I was sure it was more than that. I mean the 280 ones, Stan, not the 060 shunters. Think what's a type? That's fair. How is there only one War Department austerity preserved? But yeah, given what Joe said earlier, I really wouldn't mind seeing an 8F converted to oil burning. Could an 060 austerity work as an oil burner though, Stan? Did some austerities that were built for the war effort run as oil burners? Alright, and since there's only one War Department tender austerity preserved, which I can't believe considering 935 of them were built, I thought there'd be at least a few preserved. I think, considering there's only one, I think it would be best to leave it as a coal burner. Welcome, James. My boy, pasta is for dinner. They worked in the Northeast? Well, yeah. So did a whole bunch of others, like the Q6s. They got some 80th anniversary Thomas merch? Nice. Well, it's nice to see you, James. We've been having a debate, James, about coal-burning steam locomotives versus oil-burning steam locomotives. While I feel it would be beneficial for all heritage railways to convert at least one of their steam locomotives to burn oil. Oh, cool, James. While I think it would be good for all heritage railways to have at least one oil-burning steam locomotive in their fleet to reduce annual coal consumption, the annual cost of them having to import coal, it would still reduce their authenticity. But I wouldn't mind seeing some British locomotives that were designed to burn oil as well as coal, like the S160s and the LMS-8Fs, I wouldn't mind seeing some of them converted to burn oil. Though I certainly do not want any heritage railway in this country going down the same path the Durango and Silverton Railroad in Colorado went down by converting all of their coal-burning steam locomotives to burn oil. So yeah, we've been having a debate about coal-burning steam locomotives versus oil-burning. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to say, there's a miniature railway, there's like a huge miniature railway network in somewhere in America, I can't remember where, but it's called Train Mountain, and all steam locomotives that run on Train Mountain have to be propane fired. They can't burn coal or oil. All of Train Mountain's steam locomotives have to burn propane as part of Train Mountain's operating rules. And I know this because I've seen Train Mountain's safety video, operations safety video. Stan, what do you think of the idea of some steam locomotives burning propane rather than coal or oil? I guess propane doesn't produce sparks. That's why they can only burn. That's why all steam locomotives that run on Train Mountain have to be propane fired. And of course, even though a lot of the American transcontinental, and you also have the 80th anniversary motorized duck. Cool. If it's not coal, you're not interested? That's fair. So I take it you wouldn't be interested in... Well, that's ridiculous, James. So I take it you don't care about any of the oil-burning locomotives of the Durango and Silverton Railroad, or Mad Bess of the Ryset-Lido miniature railway being oil-burning. I take it you don't care about any of those engines either? Well, personally, it doesn't matter what kind of fuel a steam locomotive burns to heat its water. If it's a steam locomotive, I'll almost certainly be interested. Right, I think now I'm going to, well, in a moment anyway, put the LNERT coaches on and have the Britannia pull those in a moment along and have it double head with another engine. But in a second, but before that I need the loo. Well, that's fair, Stan. You know, same here, Stephen. You know, Stan, Winston Churchill of the Romney Hive and Dymchurch Railway was at one point converted to oil burning as an experiment, and despite the oil burning conversion proving to be successful, it was very ill-timed. The conversion of Winston Churchill to oil burning was very ill-timed because it just so happened to coincide with the 1973 oil crisis, so they had to convert it back to coal burning. That was only a brief experiment, though. Right, hold on, guys. I just need the loo, and then when I come back, as we've been running this oil train for a good long time now, I'll swap out the oil train for the LNER for the LNER Teaks, then maybe have the Britannia double head with my B12 as well. Before that, though, I need the loo. I'll be right back, guys. You know the drill. Anybody comes while I'm gone, tell them I died in a tornado. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What's the chat been saying? Nothing's been said in the chat. Doesn't matter. Right, now about time we switched trains. So, let's put the oil train back in the siding and bring out the LNER Teaks. Everyone still there? The LNER Teaks. Awesome. Stan still there? Right. Oh, and is James still there? Cool. Right. Troll the shit. Troll. Who's troll? Double feature. Troll the shit. The shit. The shit. The shit. Troll the shit. Oh, just grazed my arm on the model mountain over here, and the ballast I put on it. I put on the mountain. These are the same mountains I made as set pieces for the Oh, You're Back whole YouTube series and episodes with Chess Guy. Quickly, cool. Yeah, as I've said before, guys, I'm reusing the mountains that I used, the model mountains I used in the Railway's Last Stand to on my layout, and also it was to try my hand at realistic modelling, something I need to do a bit more of. Realistic modelling is something I need to practice. Realistic modelling is something I need to practice more of. During pre-production of Raptor Dogs. Damn it. Two James Bond games? What are they? What are they, MLP fan? Oh, that reminds me. It's been such a long time since I've played Tomorrow Never Dies for my PS1. I ought to do a gameplay series of that. I totally forgot I had Tomorrow Never Dies for the PS1. I did start practice runs of that, but then my PS1 memory card got wiped, so then I couldn't be asked to do any more. You know, I think I might do a playthrough of Tomorrow Never Dies on my PS1. Quantum of Solace for the Xbox 360, nice. GoldenEye 64, yeah, I knew GoldenEye would be one of them. Right, let's get the Britannia and B12 underway. Let's put the B12 on now. B12. Yeah, Tomorrow Never Dies for the PS1 is a very short game as well, so I think I'd be able to do it. Slow it down a little bit. Is there a possibility of Dr. Sin being converted to oil fire? I'm not sure. You'd have to ask the Romney Hyvenden Church Railways management, Stephen. Oh, by the way, Stephen, I meant to say, Stephen, I found out what's going on with Captain Howie. Officially, Captain Howie is still under overhaul, but unofficially, it has been scrapped. According to the two staff members I spoke to yesterday, and you were right about Captain Howie's parts being cannibalized to repair JB Snell with. Jesus. Yeah, you were right about Captain Howie's parts being used to repair JB Snell. Yeah, that's most likely why it's been unofficially scrapped. Because spare parts for Captain the JD Snell are proving hard to come by. Damn it! Stop! Why is this happening? I hate it when one coach derailing causes all the others to derail. So yeah, Stephen, you were right about all that. Neither of the staff members I spoke to knew exactly what's happening with Captain Howie, though. Stephen? Is Stan still there? Yeah, neither of them knew what was happening with Captain Howie. Whether he was remaining under overhaul or would officially be scrapped. But yeah, I keep seeing Captain Howie's cab in the yard just rusting away. Does the RH&DR's website even list Captain Howie anymore? On their locomotives page. They do, but nothing is said about them. Owns Collins' original model. Yeah, I'm happy about that. About Unlucky Tug now owning Patrick. There's no way I could have won any bidding war. Especially as I'm trying to save up. Paradise Game of Thrones? Cool. I'm not sure, LP fan, but I might make a start on the practice runs fairly soon. Oh, shit. We're having an overhaul. Bunch of meta jokes in that episode. Those would be funny. Is the car brown? Is the car brown? Oh my god! Stop derailing! even saying that out loud is complete. Even saying. Yeah, we're running good now. Oh, bugs! That was my fault. That derailment was my fault. Knocked it with my knee. Well, that's what I just said. You were right about that, Stephen. I said, having spoken to the staff members yesterday, you were right about that. Fiction characters go to steal kind of from Sonar Productions. Steal. Well, yeah, that's fair, James. Hey, you! Get off of my cloud! My fault. I'm bored. Alright, bye, Stan. Look, so I'll get away with everything. Will you really? Court. The court. Press charge. I'm thinking of pressing charges. Get probation, perhaps. You'll certainly get a hefty fine, James. Don't pick the prickly pear. Don't pick the prickly pear. Prickly pear. Prickly pear. Oh God, my throat is rusty. Find out myself what's going on. Yeah, alright. Human version of car. Give me Colin's model. Yeah, for some reason the Jungle Book has popped into my head. The Jungle Book. anime version of the Jungle Book a lot more in line with the source material, and I never knew that. Ooh, ow. Double heading? Yes, Neon, there are double heading now. Welcome back. We were having a bit more, we were debating a bit more about oil burning locomotives versus coal burning. You weren't around when I said this earlier, Neon, but what I don't, despite me agreeing with the benefits of having oil burning steam locomotives as opposed to coal burning, I don't want the heritage railways of this country going down the same routes that the Durango and Silverton Railroad went down. I see. The Durango and Silverton Railroad has converted all of their coal-burning steam locomotives to oil-burning. Oh, you're off on Euston. Hold on, hang on a sec. Oh shit, no. It's Neon search. An alternative than maybe, I don't know. Well, it's converting coal-burning steam locomotives to oil-burning makes them lose their authenticity, Leon. That's why converting coal-burning steam locomotives to oil-burning is so controversial. At least that's the main reason it's controversial. You understand where people are coming from there, Neon, with it ruining the authenticity? Because I do. Ruin. Prickly pear. Tickly pear. Tickly. Still there, Neon? Don't frick the... about this one? Well, I ought to get back on that as well. Oh, you are still landing on good. Teep coaches like I always do. Yeah, I do like these teeps. In fact, yeah, I love Eleanor teep coaches. They're definitely some of my favourite coaches. So Neon, out of interest, what have you been drawing? Oh dear. So giant cobalt, nice. Start to sound real. Well, yeah, I guess, Jane. Oh, weren't you, oh Neon, weren't you drawing Crystal from Star Fox as well? And, you also have plans to draw Slippy Toad early next week? Cool. Still working on that? Nice. Do you think you could DM it to me after this stream? Or maybe do it quickly now? If it's only going to take you a few seconds. I'd really like to see what you've done so far on Crystal. As I said, guys, I want to see if I can get the very same person who voiced Crystal in Star Fox Adventures, Estelle Ellis. I want to see if I can get her to voice Penelope in Raptor Dogs. Because her Penelope voice is exactly how I imagine. Her Crystal voice is exactly how I imagine Penelope sounding. Think you could maybe DM that to me now, Neon? I've got it for now. That's fair. Oh dear. Actually, I'll take this opportunity of the derailment to switch out the Britannia and B12 for the Duchess. Yeah, I wouldn't mind giving the Duchess a run now. The Duchess. Oh, bloody hell. Stop talking shit. Fuck up. Talking shit about. Talking shit about. Still, listen, I don't want to. I really don't. I don't want to. I really don't. Listen, I really don't. I don't want to. I really don't. I want to. Don't want to. I really don't. I really don't. I want to. I really don't. I don't. I really don't. I want to. Shut the fuck up, talking shit. Right. Got to put the Duchess on full power because she's not exactly a fast runner, at least not to begin with. She only really goes at express speeds if you put her on full power. Yeah, the Duchess is running a lot better than she was before. See how I feel? Why don't we go dressed up as two cartoon characters? Maybe, James. But I don't want to end up in prison. Yeah, what an LP fan. Oh! We've had another coach derailment. No, MLP fan. When do you need them? When do you need Spyro's lines? Dutch is going really well now. Yeah, well, one got shut up, Patrick! Shut the fuck up! When do you need them, MLP fan? Yes, she is. She's running way faster than she did before. A few months ago, the Duchess was crawling along. Now she's running really well. A nice speed indeed. Especially as these engines were capable of 114. Sure, they would have been capable of 114 even without their streamlined casing. Maybe even faster if really pushed. Hang on a second. Hold on a moment. I know what I should do. Just a minute. I do need some more Stania coaches for my Duchess eventually. I know what I should do. I need to put my LMS mail coach on it from my night mail set, as well as the single brake coat, LMS brake coach I have. Even so, it still looks nice putting these teaks. So let's put on the mail coach, and yeah, a Duchess would look amazing. This Duchess would look amazing pulling the mail coach I have. It's been ages since I've run this mail coach. Came from the night mail set that I've also got my Ginty from. Very least need some LMS coaches on here. But I don't have the mail pick up and drop off set. Run the mail coach at least though. Yeah, we'd look great with these. Full speed. Oh, it's derailed already. The mail coach. It's this spare bogie I've fitted to it. It's this blue, my old... I went and took a shit on my lawn. I would think so too. No, you will do that tomorrow? No promises. Promise what was? Yeah, well, I don't really want to go to jail, James, so... Can't promise I'll play along. I can't promise that, MLP fan. Why do you keep derailing, mail coach? Mail. You will accept a blue basket, you will accept. You will accept. And now I'm quoting the Postman Pat movie just because. Postman Pat and his black and white cat. Wait! Slip. Stop! Stupid mail coach. Stop slipping off the track. Smudger just laughed. Smudger laughed at becoming mean material. I can see why you'd want that. Okay, the mail coach is causing too much trouble. Probably because I put a problematic bogey on it, so we'll take it off and just have it run the single LMS brake coach with the cheeks. Come on. Wait. Hold your horses, Duchess. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Oh. Wait. Stop coming off the track. Stop there, Neon. Stop coming off the track. Oh my goodness. Right. Oh, cool, you are still there. Right.
Take the mail coach off completely.
As the mail coach is causing all the problems, just take it off completely and have it pulling 7 coaches. 6 teaks plus the LMS Scania brake coach. Train being a pain, yes. Angus hopes the issue will be resolved. Yeah. Angus really likes the Duchess, doesn't he, Neon? You said before that the Duchess is Angus's favourite one in my collection, isn't it? Oh, it's nice we're having nice long days right now. It's nice we're having nice long days right now, guys, with it getting dark quite late at night. With it getting dark quite late at night. Goes on about it sometimes. What does he say about it? I take it he prefers the Duchess class, the Scania Duchess class with the streamlined casing rather than without it. I take it he prefers it with the streamlined casing, because I do, even though William Stanier himself, the designer of the engine, even though William Stanier hated it, which is something I didn't find out until a few months ago. And the profiles. So does he prefer the Duchess with the streamlined casing? Design and speed? Yes, indeed. I'm sure Angus would like the, I'm sure Angus would like the A4s as well. They're very fast. So does he like the Duchesses with the streamlined casing, Neon? This is one without the streamlined casing. Drango are better with him to some degree. But he prefers the Duchesses, don't he? Doesn't he? No. Train got derailed by my phone wire. Charging lead. Yeah, he prefers... I'm sure Angus would prefer with the streamlined casing as seen here, Neon. I'll be seeing this engine in person. I'll be seeing Duchess of Hamilton in person on Wednesday when I go to the National Railway Museum with my grandparents. At least I should be seeing it in person. I want to get him into sprinters too. Yeah, that makes sense. Five was his waifu. Oh my god, really, James? Bestiality much? There we go. Yeah, before the Duchess was crawling along really slow speed before, but now the Duchess is going mega fast. I'm hoping in a few months' time my HST is going to be running a lot faster. Shit, we've got another derailment. Which coach? Oh, it's the fourth one. Oh, hold on. Stop. We have another derailment. It's turned into one. It was hot as fire. Jesus. You feeling alright tonight, Leon? crush on 5G Curly Bunny. Didn't live down. Childhood crushes he can't live down. Oh, Jesus. Not another derailment. Shit! Oh, hang on, we got a front pony trucks come off. So how are you tonight, Neon? Oh no, not again. Perhaps I do need to slow the Duchess down a bit. Perhaps I do need to slow the Duchess down a bit. No, don't run over my headphones. You saw that, Neon? Oh, I give up. I give up. Sod it. There's only about 45 minutes of the stream left, so let's just go back to running the HST. Can't be bothered to keep dealing with the Duchess's constant derailments. One coach derailing, they hit the power rail and that causes every other coach to derail. It's ridiculous. Attack of the 50-foot Venus. That is perfect, James. Venus the Penos. Venus is called Venus because he has a huge penis. Sorry. Venus the huge penis. Oh! Why did I make that noise? That would be perfect. James. I'm gonna count up his racks I make today. If you ain't talking about money, then get out my damn face. Norman's arson set. Oh, Jesus. And here he is, the great arsonist. Die, you forking thugs. Die, you forking Ferguses. That's what I'm just gonna call it. Ferguses, not the other thing. Die, you forking Fergus. Die, you forking Fergus. Here he is, the great arsonist. It's arson's. What are you for? Why did I make that noise? Come on. Ribbit. Oh, it's getting hot now. Episode of the YouTube groups. Nice. No, he's sick of being women. This magic story. Jesus. Window love. Yep, we're still doing this. Right. sec. Bum, 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 bum. And now the Star Fox theme is in my head for some reason. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Andros has declared war. There we go. HST is now back underway. Though it's not exactly going at the speed I want it to be going at, like the Duchess was. Right. Putting stress on the motors, what is? Bouncing it back? No, it's fine. It's fine, honestly, Neon. Let's see if I can nipwood iron. That would be incredible. That would be very funny, James. Yeah, I'm just gonna have the HST running for the last 40-ish minutes of this stream. It was a good suggestion from Stan to have an oil train run. Dun 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 dun. Alright, thanks for coming, Rob. See you next week. So you feeling alright tonight, Neon? A little tired. Missed this whole sus revenge plan against Miss Trouble. Yeah, I'm getting tired too. Yes, the heat, isn't it? Dude. Da, 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 da. HST does seem to be getting a bit faster now, by the looks of things. Could just be me, but it does look like it's getting a bit faster. That doesn't look like 125 mile an hour scale speed, though. Going on the heist mission? I don't know. Would it be like? Are you referring to James's heist mission to steal Colin from Solo Productions? An RP fan, is that what you're on about? Well, the HST does seem to gradually be getting faster now. Oh, I see. Oh, Neon, if you're still there, how's Angus doing? How has Angus been over the past few days? Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, the HST is definitely getting a bit faster now. Happy. Name is a euphemism for. Oh, welcome back, Stan. What is Mr. Happy's name a euphemism for, James? No, Stan. Though we will be talking a bit more about it when Electro returns, because I haven't quite finished talking with him about it. Just gone back to running the HST, which seems to be getting a little bit faster now. Or it could just be me. Why not, Stan? Penis? He was having a... He was enjoying talking about it, though. Oh. Gonna go for another 25 minutes, guys, then, and getting really tired now. Onion sauce. stand still there? Why don't you move the camera anymore? Well, one, can't be asked at the moment. It just hasn't really been on my mind. And two, I find this is the best place to put the camera because it gives you a nice view of the trains coming out of the tunnel, and also it gives you a nice view on the other side of the layout nearest my beds. Gets boring though. Well, I'm ending the stream in 20 minutes anyway, Stan, so no biggie. Tired. Bangladesh and Pinkie Pie. Interesting. Thought we'd have it around them. Oh, you're back, Leon. Lovely. Tangent angle would be nice. Yeah, I should have. Yeah, I should have done it at some point in this stream, but we've only got 20 minutes left now, guys. So not much point in me moving the camera now. It's all right, Neon. So how's Angus doing, Neon? How's Angus been over the past few days? Stand still where? Cooling off. Different angle before the end. Alright then, if it's what you and Neon want, I'll do it. Alright. I think I can move the iPad round just a little bit more. You're welcome, Neon and Stan. And set it for 4 hours. Yeah, you're right. It is a good idea. I should have done this earlier in the stream. You're absolutely right. It is a nice change. Under the drawer is cool. Yeah, and the chest of drawers. Glad you think so. I just wanted to set it at a lower angle so you guys get a better look at the track. Yeah, that's where I wanted my layout to go, under the chest of drawers. Just move the laundry basket so you guys aren't distracted with that. I still love how they put working lights on this cheap HFT model. It may have been just like a starter kids train set, but I do admire how they still included some details like working lights. Don't really have use for it now? That's fair. You did say you may give it to me. Would be nice to extend my HST to 7 coaches, Stan. And it would be nice to have a couple of spare power cars on hand. So, Neon, you say Angus is doing good right now, just cooling off. Yeah, he must get hot under all those floofy feathers of his, Neon.
Stop staring at the phone.
the video. I'd like to start streaming my layout again. Well, Stan, if you show me, maybe next time I come out to see you, if you show me how to do the wiring, I might be able to help you with it. I'll go until 10:40 actually, guys, so that you guys have an extra 10 minutes to enjoy this alternative angle. Yeah, I'll give you guys an extra 10 minutes to enjoy this alternative angle. I'm just too lazy, it's just boring. That's fair. And TV special, nice. Some sort of layout? Yeah, you have had plans for it, haven't you? To run like an A4 and of course a 158. Actually, Stan, I have used a soldering iron before. But I wouldn't... I have used a soldering iron before. I can't remember what it was, but I built something in DT class which I used a soldering iron for. I think I remember how to use them. Yeah, as I said, I'll give you guys an extra 10 minutes to enjoy this alternative angle, and I'll go until 10:40. You have to... Oh yeah, I don't want to like accidentally solder the rails together or melt them or anything. Yeah, that makes sense, Stan. On second thoughts, you're right. Maybe it would be just a good idea if you just did it. I would really like to start using a soldering iron again, though, especially when building the models for Raptors. Stop being lazy. You and me both, Stan. I need to be less lazy as well. Just get on with seeking out the Raptor Dogs funding for the pilot episode, and also get on with writing more script writing. I'm happy, though I am happy with the Even so, I am happy with the progress that's been made on development of Raptor Dogs so far. I mean, I've now got 10 of the 13 episode scripts for season 1 complete. A good amount of the concept art is good. I've gotten a team together. I've had a few meetings with them about the series. And I've made some attempts to gain some funding. It's better than no progress at all. I'll still do my best to get Raptor Dogs going. It's just the funding that's going to be the main challenge. Gaining the funding is going to be the biggest challenge. That's the biggest challenge of all film productions, actually. It doesn't matter what level of experience you have with filmmaking. It doesn't matter what level of experience you have with filmmaking, how much time you've spent in film school, how much knowledge you have. None of that matters Because gaining the funding for any film production is always the hardest part for any filmmaker. But it's not impossible. As soon as I have the 65k I need for Raptor Dogs, the pilot episode will go into production immediately. Still there, Neon? Oh, tell Angus I say hi, Neon. Meant to say that earlier. Oh my god. Just a tedious one. I never found using the soldering iron tedious when I used it in DT class. I actually found it really fun to use, the soldering iron. Hate using it? What's so bad about using it? I'm sure you are, Stan. As I said, I found my soldering iron really fun to use in DG class. It's annoying. No, I didn't really find it annoying. Yes, it's a bit triggery and you do need to be really careful so as to not accidentally solder something you're not supposed to, but I still found it very fun to use. I think it's a chore. Yeah, I get what you mean, but it didn't feel like a chore to me when I used it. Yeah, it was in year 8 when I used it in DT class. That was years ago, but I reckon if I picked up a soldering iron and started using it, it would all start coming back to me. Oh yes, I definitely still know how to use glue guns. Those were so fun to use. Yeah, so could I, Neon. Oh yeah, Neon, tell Angus I say hi. Oh dear. Yeah, right. Thanks, Neon. Yeah, we'll go for 15 more minutes, guys, but then that's it. I must go in the shower and go to sleep because I'm really getting tired now. Just want to get to the fun stuff? That's fair. But I mean, if you want to, like, wire up your points into a whole wireframe, then into full point work stand, then guess wiring is necessary. Oh, you're not doing point motors? Oh, then what's the wiring for? I want to do point motors though. Oh, for DCC, yeah, that makes sense. I would want to use point motors though. Specifically the PL11, which is featured in that DVD I showed you, Stan. That really might be the DVD. Plus it's expensive, it's necessary on my layout. Point motors, yeah, alright, I see what you mean. Oh, shit. One of my Huskies fell in front of my HST. Derailed this coach. Yeah, I knocked it down because I'm an idiot. They look ugly. Yeah, but as the DVD said, you can hide the point motors with meshing and foliage. That's what I'll do with all the point motors. The reason I'll probably mostly go for PL11s is because of how easy they are to install. Get ones that fit under the baseboard. PL11 is so easy to install though. Compared to point motors that fit under the baseboard. Do, 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 do. Windows and steps there. No, shit. He's the reason they're out of our GCC now. Yeah, I probably will, Sam. Chadwick Normal is on them. Right, I'm gonna end the stream very shortly, guys. Gonna be off to bed now? Yeah, I'll be ending in a second. Right. Oh, dearie me, I'm tired. One more minute, then I'll end. Ouch, shit. Your ass won't work. Right, one more lap for the train, then it's time to end. Ugh. There we are. Alright guys, so that's it for this stream. I hope you all enjoyed. Shit. Right then. It's been a very fun one, guys. Hope you all enjoyed it tonight. I did. So it's not going to be another one till Friday now. But stay tuned for some more shorts on the Travel Channel and a few more little bits from my upcoming trip to York with my grandparents next week. Hope you're all looking forward to that. It's going to be a fun one. We're going to have a nice time with them. I'll try and get another video out fairly soon, but we'll see what happens. Thank you all so much. See what I can do about getting another vlog out soon. We'll see what happens with that. See how do any of my see what happens with editing my Bluebell Railway vlog from back in February. We'll see what happens with that. Thank you all so much for watching, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed, because you enjoyed this stream as much as I did tonight. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, Train Lover 16, if you haven't already. Stay tuned for my upcoming content. And go and follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky. Join my Discord server. Thank you so much, Neon. Goodbye, Train Guy. Go and buy my novel, The Spy and the Super Dog, if you haven't already. And I will see you all in my next video. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. Where's the